Hello, hello. We are finally live after a while. How is everyone doing? Hello, famous people. Yes, indeed. Lots of people. Lots of cool people in chat. Thank you for the follow. I recognize those cats. Yep. The famous "Oh, stop." Stop. I hope that the quality of the stream is a bit better. I'm gonna raise my mic a little bit. Test, test, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Is it better? This is the purple one. And this is the TKL version, not the 60%. The 60% is a little bit smaller than the 60% felt one. The one that came with the free cup holder. But I think that is purely because this one doesn't have a like a properly made edge like the normal ones. So this is a little bit bigger. They should have restocked all the colors. Okay, so the keycaps are a little bit of a mix between the BKE, the Sony BKE, the 9400, if I recall correctly, and the MKS 8050, which is still a BKE style board. Technically is a BVE because the actual system made by Sony was called the BVE and then dash and like 2011, 9400 and so on. So the BVE probably is a more appropriate term for this. And I decided to mix and match because, for example, the spacebar is only available in the MKS and I think another board, the one with the rounded edge on the right. Also, I decided to mix and match because some of the alphas on the BKE are nicer, at least in my opinion, than the MKS. And in some cases, there are extra legends. So, for example, in the parentheses, for example, here we have the both versions, but instead on the other board, only one sign, so the non-shifted one, is shown. So, for example, here the comma, the dot, the slash. So that's why I decided to mix and match, and also the delete and return are from the standard HHKB. I could replace the delete key with the mark in or mark out from the 2011. That is a yellow cap, but I decided to just simply use the normal one. Yes, the entirety of the set is topper stem. Even the little resin print that I did a while ago. This is resin printed with a Lego Mars, and you can see that I totally missed the specs because I have Teflon tape in the in between the stem and the slider to actually fill in the empty space because I wrongly measured the tolerances. Trying to make a comment. Yeah, I should probably add some comments. And speaking of this board, before we move on to the focus of this stream, uh, some of you might know that this HG came with the pink plate. But now, thanks to Andreas, we will have aftermarket HG plates. So in this case, I have a stainless steel sandblasted plate, and it's way better than the OEM one. At least the pink plate. The pink plate is like total garbage. At least the one that I have. And speaking of the legendary man, Andreas, just in time. Yes, I was just talking about the plate that I received from the menu. There we go. So you can see that this is in fact a metal plate. Stainless steel. You can manufacture it in basically whatever material you want, but ever since I got the S60 from Show, I felt in love with stainless steel and carbon fiber. OMG, HG plate is garbage. I mean, I can't really speak for all the plates, but what I can say is that the pink plate that I got with this unit that was marked as B stock, if I recall correctly, was very inconsistent. It was one of the infamous one with the discoloring, and especially the ASD and some other keys had a problem, a known problem actually, with the height of the little smiley bits, where it would basically collide with the top of the keycap. So this part, focus, this and this. I even sanded it down like 3 times. Measured it with a caliper to be sure that I didn't mess up the flattening, but it was still some garbage, so probably I got debated on the plate. I wonder who was the first to figure out the HG plate was shit. You didn't like filing down the whole plate to make it work? Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that bad. I think it was like 300 and something grit sandpaper, and I used the one for the metals because I prefer the fact that compared to the wood one, so the like brownish one, the red one, they leave out less material, so the actual grid will last longer. But yeah, I mean, I didn't really saw any difference, so I think it was a combination of the smiley faces being too high, but also the edges. And to be honest, I don't want to actually like sit down and file every single housing of the integrated plate. So I just skipped that. Does it sound different? Yes. Compared to the S60, like the sound profile is kind of similar, but this being a lower and more dense build, you can kind of feel and hear actually the difference. The basic feel is the same, but you can kind of determine that it's a bit firmer, and also like the gaskets of course help a lot in my opinion, though I way over tighten the screws because I want to be sure that they don't lose the grip while like flying out or something. But yeah, the difference is there, not really that much difference between this and the S60, but compared to the original pink plate is way better, at least in my opinion. Yeah, left side is always the fucked up one. Does topper sound better in the metal case or plastic? To be honest, I prefer the plastic, but it really depends on the weighting. So for heavier domes, so those are 55 domes with like 0.7 millimeter rings with non-type S sliders, so the travel is significantly reduced. This is very dense, a very dense feel, but it's soft too at the same time, so I really like that. The spacebar is of course fucked up because, you know, welcome to the BKE world, but it's a known thing. Apart from that, is good. In the plastic cases, I really like either 30 gram or aged 45. Specifically aged 45 because in my Pro 2 they have a very poppy sound and the tactility is there, but it's not too pronounced. So I really like that. It depends on weighting simply because at least how I build my my boards, the way I reach and go over the peak of the tactility, that is not as sharp of course as MX, it's of course rounded being topper, but the difference in weighting is significant. So if you go from like 55 that are way way more pronounced than 30 grams, of course the sound will be different simply because you're gonna bottom out differently. And even if the legs of the sliders, so this bit, they have a natural stopper, a dampener that is the actual dome sheet. Of course, going down heavier because the weighting is higher, it's gonna produce a different sound. Is it possible to make a gummy O-ring keyboard for EC60? Probably, yes. One way I can see that happening is if you count on the plate to act as a stopper for the O-ring. So in MX, what we will do is put the O-ring between the PCB and the switches, because the MX switches, if we look at this from the side, goes like this. So there's a opening where the O-ring can rest. On Topre, Not really, but you can count on the fact that the O-ring wouldn't simply just undo itself. For the stabs, uh, it would be kind of a problem because the stabs go over the edge of the bottom row. So one way you can do that is either have these spacebar stabilizers flipped, but then you have to cut the top row um, housing a little bit, or you use MX plate mounted and you do a custom wire, or if you have the Sassy China parts, you can use standard MX, but I still have to test those parts. They seem nice. They're not total garbage, but being transparent and semi-transparent PC, the sound is a bit different than OEM or even like Deskies, KLC, whatever. Sassy China parts, so sassy, yes, indeed. Especially because they have a bazillion of versions and they all seem different, when instead they're basically interchangeable. So there's that. Let's see if I missed something. I think I'm gonna switch my real force back to stock. Wasn't it silenced when it was stock? At least the 91U that I got? Because I remember that was purple slider mint condition, basically. Oh, the 88! True. You're right. I'm working on Bakeneko case, but the issue is with these tabs. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, not to trash on the Bakeneko, but you can probably design it thinking about standard MX, and you'll probably be fine. Simply because if you're doing a Bakeneko, you're most likely not using like exotic materials, so you're not doing a Bakeneko that is stainless steel or titanium, whatever. So the goal, I imagine, is to have something that is easy, but is easy to reproduce if you open source it or if you want to run it. So the cost shouldn't be too outrageous. And at that point, if you do Sassy China, could probably be a good option. You gotta put a big ass warning in the README file so that people don't buy parts and then later find out that they won't fit. But if you design it to use Sassy China or even CoStar, like CoStar, if you tune it well, they're not complete garbage. Like the Nith, I like to meme about Nith, but the numpad is not really bad. They're not on par as Topher or even aftermarket, but they're not trash. And also, again, it's a Bakeneko, so you're not making an HG with CoStar, so you're not taking away the nature of the board, per se. Alright, I think we can now switch to the focus of this stream, which is... I'm gonna grab it. There we go. It's not in focus. Nice. I'm gonna move stuff a bit. either. And sorry for the mic, but I have yet to buy a proper mic. So, who is this? Yep. So, this is the Alveus by Dance's Design, who I think is in chat. Yes, he is in chat. And it's a FRL, so Afro-less board, available in both MX and EC. Can you please say the dance? Oh my god, I'm not gonna say that. You're gonna clip it and then you're gonna use it everywhere. Thank you for the follow. I can't for the life of God read the name because my monitor is in 720p mode. Because thanks OBS. You're doing great. OBS devs, you're doing great. Say it? Okay, the Densos and the Rensos. There we go. You can clip it now. Clip it. So, I'm gonna drop some links. Actually, Densos, if you can drop links so I don't drop outdated links while we open the case. So it comes in a custom case. Very nice. I already opened it. With the Densos logo. I think, if I remember correctly, the little zipper thingy here are gonna be custom made? I'm not sure. I saw some images, but I'm not sure. We're gonna check on that. Yes, it will be custom. Yes. There we go. And it's very well built. With a handle on the long edge. There we go. So we're gonna open it. The content, I don't think that is like final. So what you will receive if you get the board, because we have like a bazillion of parts and stuff that we're gonna show. So keep that in mind. Nothing here, but you can put a wire or something. We have an extra plate. An MX plate. Carbon fiber. Very well done. Nice texture. There we go. We don't do MX here. Yes. We have some memes. There we go. Memes everywhere. We're not gonna do ISO for this one. We have some silencing rings that we're gonna test later. Stickers included in the group by units, of course, because memes and talk. We also have more stickers. Like a bazillion of stickers. I think they're all included, so you don't have to choose. Also, they are all good. I'm sold, yes. We are slowly turning the keyboard hobby. Actually, it already is like that. But we are turning the keyboard hobby into basically buying Apple products, where we first comment about the stickers and then we look at the product. So the board will come in the group by unit with a microfiber cloth. The texture, if I recall correctly, is gonna be textured. The color should change. Yeah. exactly, to a waffle style texture kind of thing. There we go. And this is in the brown color. Of course, my camera will completely fuck up the actual colors, but I will take proper pictures and I'll try to color match at least, or put a known color that everyone knows near the board so they can compare. And yes, there is red plate picking. Red plate, solid. So this is the MX build, but we're gonna swap it out with the Topper build. And some options, and I'm gonna actually share this on screen. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. I'm not sure if I can actually zoom on this. Probably yes. There we go. I'm gonna connect it real quick and then we're gonna come back to the actual board. Excuse the very low resolution. So, color options, black and brown, 50 units, MX and EC. We have a bunch of extras. So, extras for the plate option, color, material. We have the EC part that we're gonna look at later. Yes, 4K specs, exactly. We have a 4K image on screen, and my secondary monitor is 720p. That's perfect. Of course, the plate for MX is 1.5, for EC is 1.2 as usual. And we can look at the specs too. 720p also. There we go. If I do this, there we go. So wing keyless, FRL, it is top mounted in both options. The front height, 18.5, 8-degree typing angle. The weights, I think those are for the brass internal weight, but there is a PC internal weight option. So 2.2 unbuilt, 2.5 built. Yes, with brass. Plate files are gonna be provided. The EC parts, I think this is the latest one. They're gonna include 70 1U sliders and housings, 2U sliders and housings plus the wires, 1 spacebar stabilizers, the domes, which you can choose from 35, 45 and 55 grams, and springs. So you'll have everything you need to build it and start to talk. And this is the list of included item in the group by unit. So the top and the bottom, of course, the plate, PCB, that is gonna be dependent on which kit you choose, the internal brass weight or the PC, motherboard, cable, the custom carrying case that we looked at, the custom waffle cloth, and rubber feet and screws and meme stickers. It is built with rubber cup thock. No. This is MX. I think their Nick says? I'm not sure. I'm not a MS kind of guy, so I only see blacks with milky tops. Those are not even cherry because there is a 3 Studio something written on it. OP blacks, there we go. See, I'm not an NX kind of guy. I probably have more chalk switches than MX, so that says it all.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow. Let's switch back and take a closer look to the board. So this is the top. Very nice. We can look at the side. The back.
Hello there.
And this piece is actually swappable, and we have a stainless steel option that we're gonna swap this out for. If we look at the bottom, there's the logo. Let's zoom in a bit. There we go. And then we have the rubber feet. There we go, rubber feet, and the case screws. There are 4 case screws, all on the bottom. And that way you can open it up. Which, I think we can do that right now.
Hello
so we
there.
can swap the EC build. We're gonna completely fly over the MX build. We can probably just take a little listen. So let's mute the music. Let's try to not break everything. Yep, sounds like a keyboard. That's right. That is definitely a keyboard. There we go. Let's refix this. Yes. Kinda the same position as before. Kinda. Very nice. I'm not a MX kind of guy, but I kind of like this. It reminds me of the Keiju, the 60% from Lysol, but this is more bouncy. Probably because the board is actually bigger, so that's probably why. So for the ease of testing right away, we already have the PCB and plate and all the parts assembly for the EC option built, so we can just drop it in. But we're gonna then unbuild this so we can put in some silencing rings and test it with those, because right now we don't have silencing rings. Close up incoming. So we have one use, two use with supporting bits, and the spacebar stabilizers with wiggly wires. That's gonna be a trademark. Wiggly wires. And compared to other MX or even EC builds, since this is a carbon fiber, you can't really thread the plate as you would with aluminum or stainless steel or whatever. So you have some options, and this is probably gonna go into the wiki for the Topre stuff. So in a real force, you have a stainless steel plate, and the holes are threaded. And the way the assembly works is you have the housings clipped into the plate. Then what they're gonna do at the manufacturing plant, this is confirmed from internal resources, they're gonna basically have the plate sitting down, they're gonna put the domes, they're gonna put the springs, then they're gonna lower the PCB on top of that, and they're gonna place the screws that basically go through the entire assembly to then bite into the threads of the plate. But in this case, since we cannot thread carbon fiber, we could have used a couple of options. First of all is simple screw and nuts in a kind of conventional way. So either the screw goes from the top or the bottom, so from the plate to the PCB or from the PCB to the plate, and then on the other side have simply the nut. But that introduces a problem with the thickness of the nuts and the screw heads. So to solve that issue that would have caused interference with the keycaps when you bottom out, the nuts are on the top of the plate, as you can see, and the screw heads are on the bottom. So similar to the real force assembly, but the holes are actually keyed. They're keyed in a way that allows the nuts to stay in place, so that's a good thing, so that they won't spin around if you don't keep them in place. But also there's a recess, as you can see. We have a small recess, and that's so that we have the actual keying, but also we reduce the effective height from the top of the plate, and that way we don't have to care too much about the thickness of the screws, the screw head actually, and the nut, because you can't really go much lower than like the standard measures for nuts. And I know that this trim is gonna be clipped in so many ways. There we go. So this is a 1U for comparison. Because otherwise you will not have enough threads to bite the screw to. So it would basically be useless. So this is one way to do this, and it's easier also to do this one-handed. So, for example, instead of holding it like this, what you can do is take some painter's tape, place the nut, place a bit of painter's tape on top of the nut so that basically it stays in place. Then you simply go and place your screw. That way the nut will stay in place, and once the screw actually starts to bite into the nut, you won't have an infinite turn because the hole and the recess is keyed. So you basically have a counter action that allows you to actually screw in the screw. So this is one way. The other way is to use spacers, brass spacers, kind of like the small form factor or split boards. They use that very often. The issue with that is that you need a lot of screws because you have the spacer that is in between the plate and the PCB. So it basically takes up this empty space. This. But then you have to put a screw from the plate and also from the bottom, which is not that big of a problem, but it increases, basically it doubles the number of screws that you need. M1.6, I mean, at that point, it's not really a problem because you're not exploiting the screw as a buckling device, but only as a let's keep stuff in place device. Whether in this configuration or the real force or the HHKB, the function seems the same, but is actually a little bit different because you have buckling too. So you basically count on the compression to have a firmer assembly. On the other hand, if you use spacers, first of all, the spacers available are not in the proper spacing that there is between the top of the PCB and the bottom of the plate. So there's a little bit of float. And at that point, you're basically counting on the other parts to take on the actual spacing job. And also, the spacers are not really needed, are not strictly needed. If you take a look at the real force, the spacers are only in areas where you don't have close enough housings that keep the distance. So that's the main reason why we have that. But yeah, put the 2U keys on the test click. Let's mute the stream. There we go. And this is not lubed. I think that only the springs are lubed to avoid spring crunch and all of that. There we go. Is the build keyboard MX? Yes. We're gonna take it apart now and put the EC assembly in it now. And it's built with OP Blacks. So. Oh yeah, we're gonna take the caps off after. Let's see if I have the correct size. Yes, there we go. So the MX board, I think McLovin designed it, if I recall correctly. The EC, I designed the EC PCB. And actually this is a earlier version So this one doesn't have a split backspace, but the final one will have split backspace. And also you're gonna see that here we are using JST, normal JST, but on the final version we're gonna use the new Unified Daughterboard 4 connector that is Molex its mate, which is thinner and better, so we don't have like broken PCBs in shipping and stuff. We're gonna take a look at the sliders out of the assembly once we take apart the EC parts, so we can use the silencing rings. It's screw macro time. Very nice. Simon approved the screws exactly. It's very funny that we're taking a look at screws the day Simon dropped the screw video. And we're gonna use the Arca tray to keep our screws organized. Bye bye, Jampot. What weighting are the domes? Okay, so in the build assembly, I think those are 45 OEM. But then we're gonna take a look at the new parts, and they're gonna be 35, 45, and 55 grams. There we go. And actually the MX build uses the new connector. Let's see if I can pry it. There we go. So we can take a look first at the bottom. This is the PC internal weight. And we can also take a look at the new C4 daughterboard that uses the Molex connector. So there's that. Then we have the top case. There we go. And again, since it's top mounted, the PCB comes off with the top side. And while we're at it, we can do some shilling to McLovin PCB. We're gonna actually rate the PCB. Let's go. It's PCB design judgment time. Okay, so ESD, check. LDO, check. Big ass cap for power fluctuation control, check. We then have I think it's an STM32 something. Yes, it's an STM32 something something F something, whatever it is. Spare diodes, always nice to have those. SMD low profile reset button resonator, I like those. And programming port. I know there is a programming port because There's a 3.3 ground, clock, and I/O. And also we have test points for the MX. Very nice. SIP approved. There we go. SIP approved. So first thing that I think I'm gonna do is swap out the C4 daughterboard for the C3, since the PCB, the EC PCB, is still the earlier version with the JST. And I think for the first test, we're gonna keep the PC weight and test the EC assembly unsilenced. Because why not? Here we have spare screws and nuts and bits. The PCB, of course, for the daughterboard will be the same as the main board. The inner weight is held down by 4 conical heads screws. Those are hex screws.
Hello there.
And they have the same keying as the outer screws.
Hello there.
We're checking out the steel back weight. Yes, we are actually doing that. And I'm gonna unwrap it as soon as we swap out the weight. There we go. Very nice. We can probably zoom in a little bit. I'm not sure how much we can actually see through the stream, but this is a very well made piece of PC. Nice. And it's frosted, of course. So we're gonna change the bit size for the daughterboard, and I think that the screws that keep down the daughterboard are the same as the one for the back weight. There we go. We can take a look at the daughterboard section. Come on, Fujifilm, you can do it. There we go. And you'll notice that in the area where the USB port is, we have a change in color. Come on, focus. There we go. And that's because the back piece actually cuts into the bottom case. Yeah, I'll probably upload the VOD as soon as Twitch decides to allow me to do that. So you can continue to watch the stream where you left it. Let me grab the other weight. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Let's open up the view. So this is the stainless steel backplate. I'm gonna call it a backplate, even though it's not really a backplate. And there's a really cool pattern on it. A kind of a circular pattern, and I really like it. I'm not sure if this is the look for the final or if it's like raw from the menu, but in both cases either this is the final look or it is mirror finish. I like them both. And there's the board logo. So we can swap that out now. There we go. It should fit. Yes, it fits. So to remove the back plate, we have 4 screws. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And to access them, you simply put the bottom case down and you go at an angle. And you gently take it apart. Yes. Using a key will be longer, simply because you're limited to the angle of rotation, but doing it like this is still doable. You'll need a very thin screwdriver, so something like the Xiaomi set, this one will do it. If you have larger, like thicker screwdrivers, you will probably damage both the case and the screw, simply because it is at an angle, and when you try to go at it, if you have a thicker screwdriver, you will go at an angle, you will rub it against this part of the case, and you will ruin the finish. And if you don't care about it, you're most definitely ruining the screw head, like the actual hole, the keyed hole. And at that point, good luck removing that. Yeah, exactly. It looks like pearl kind of a pearl kind of finish, and I really like it because actually you can probably see it better on the inner side, because I think on this part this is raw and it's way more visible, the pattern, but on the outer it's more refined. You cannot feel with your bare finger the toolpath, but you can see it. But here you can kind of feel that this is not a final finish, but it's still smooth. And we can take a look at the back piece that was on the board. You can see here that the finish on the outside is the same as the inner, and of course you want that, especially in a smaller piece like this, because it would be pretty difficult to only do the finish on the outer surface and then the edges without doing the inner sides too, and it's actually easier. So this goes in only one way, and it's only not only because the screw position is not like in the middle of the piece, but also if you look here, the USB port is not centered here, but it's shifted a little bit. You can see that here I can place like 1.5 finger, and here I can fit 2. So, and here we can take a look at this slot. Gold one, so that it's easier to actually operate. And actually, let's ban this dude too. I don't have a keyboard, so let's do this. Floating keyboard time. We're doing it live. Ban. Paste. Did it work? Yup. It worked. Floating keyboard win. They were gonna make me famous. I'm not into becoming famous. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna start to like thread it in, then use my finger to do like the most of the travel, and then I'm gonna come back as I'm doing right now. Yeah, this is way easier. There we go. QNK plus VL. For the MX, I think it's VIA, and most likely the EC board will be VIA compatible too. Simply because if you followed, I mean, yeah, now that I really take a look at the name, you know that now the EC series that I ran is merged in VIA. So the merging process is gonna be way easier now, and by the time the buyers are gonna receive this, that's gonna be merged already. But of course, we're gonna provide the JSON, even though it's not really needed once it's merged. But just in case, for whatever reason, QNK devs or the VIA devs, most likely QNK devs, they delay the merge, you'll still be able to remap and control the thresholds and all of that. Okay, we now have the back piece on, and it's way cooler now. It's super shiny. The texture is super nice. I actually like raw finishes, and if the entire case was raw, I would have liked it even more. Okay, so let's put the JST and the daughterboard in place. I love full raw. Not brass though. I don't know why, but everyone hypes brass like crazy, but I really don't like it. I'm not sure even why people like the brass. Why 2DBs? Simply because the ECPCB that I have here is an earlier version that still uses JST, like the normal JST, and not the Molex connector. So not this one. But in the final units, they're all gonna be C4 like, so Molex is made. So this is only because I have a earlier revision of the PCB, of the EC PCB. So if you want to buy this and you buy it both MX and EC, you're only gonna need 1 dB. So let's see if I can place the weight down and have the daughterboard cable to align properly. There we go, nice. And the fact that the weight has a bigger than usual channel, so it's not the bare minimum necessary, but you have some slack, allows you to do just like that. So you pull from one side and the other, and it will basically just go in place. So as a reminder, we're gonna test now PC inner weight, no silencing rings. Wait, there we go. No silencing rings, and then we're gonna tear it apart, swap the inner weight with the brass that I'm gonna show later, and put silicone silencing rings and test that, because I'm quite curious to try these silicone ones. So now the bottom is complete, and we can swap the top. So I'll probably first remove the entire assembly and then put in place the EC one. That way removing the caps is easier and we're not gonna scratch the case. Now we're gonna start to keep the top piece from falling down. There we go, and now it's free. There we go. We grab the PCB and the plate, and this is the MX assembly with the red plate. Now we can take a look at the red plate a little bit closer. Nice finish, nice color, and for the most part is basically the same as the carbon fiber. So the same style of reliefs on the mounting points, and the same opening here for the logo. Thank you for the follow. So you can place this here. Take the EC assembly and we're gonna place it like this. Take the screws, and what I'm gonna do now is actually prop up the case. Like this. with some boxes, kind of like the real force, simply because that way it's easier for me to actually move and assemble. No VHS tapes. No. We don't have that. There we go. I'm gonna first insert all the screws without actually tightening them. And then we're gonna fix the entire plate and top case assembly. Can we say boomer? Yes, of course, I am a boomer. Shots fired. There we go. So we can kind of check. It would be ideal to do this with caps. So what I'm actually gonna do is swap out already the outer edges caps. That way I can check the focal distancing. Favorite switch, topper. Whatever weight, if it's topper, it's fine with me. I'm just gonna take the outer edges first, and then we're gonna come back to the rest. Escape. Left. Page up. Plate. Let me go back. Okay, so VHS, we saw that. How's your day going? It's going pretty well. I received the board finally after the postal service decided to not work for like a week for no reason, and I also got an interesting piece of glass. Some of you in chat already knows about this, but I received the 50mm 1.7 the Pentax lens. Very nice lens, and in very good condition for like 40 bucks. And I'm gonna use this on the ME Super, but also I'm gonna 3D print a adapter for the XT3, the camera that I'm shooting with. Producing plates. So there are plates in the group buy. There are gonna be plate options. This is carbon fiber. There's gonna be an alu version too. And if you go in the Discord server, the Densos Discord server, I'm gonna actually create an invite. It's gonna be a 7-day invite, so let's copy and paste. There we go. This is a direct invite link to the Densos server, specifically the update channel for this project. Questions about plate done. Did we put silencing rings in? No, we're actually placing the EC assembly now. Looks a bit crooked. Yeah, because I just need to first place other edges, And now I'm gonna actually like properly tighten down the assembly, because as you can see it moves. So what I'm gonna do is apply a little bit more tightening so that I have friction. And now we're gonna go back and check if the spacing on the clusters is equal. And it seems like that is the case. Probably we can shift a little bit. There we go. There we go. And this is pretty much the same process as the heavy grill. Although the heavy grill is way more iffy about this process, because here the plate has closed holes, but on the HG the holes are open, so you can have more freedom to move the plate. So I'm not sure if that's a sign of uncertainty in the actual plate alignment or if it's a feature. There's a lot of stuff going on. No interference. No, there is no interference. Thank God, Cherry will not cuck us in this assembly. Okay. All right. So I think we can transplant already the caps. That way we can just screw the top and bottom piece and we are ready to go. I'm still waiting for the full Winky 60. I mean, if you want to do some DIYing, you can pick up a Frog Mini and use the EC60. For the spacebar, if you don't want to do sassy modifications to the housings, you can use, it seems like a joke, but you can use sassy China parts and use MX style stabs. Actually, the top, the plate for the frog is in the works. Like, by in the works, I mean I have to export those in the layouts that basically I did for the topper one, because I have outlines. I confirmed that it will fit just fine. I have the models from Gion of the Frog Mini, and there are no interferences. But yeah, I gotta export the models. Won't you need a plate holder for topper switches? What do you mean exactly by plate holder? Because if you mean like the assembly, the plate and the PCB are basically kept in place together with the screw and nut. Oh no, like they can be. For example, the original HG from Norbauer uses injection molded plates, but for this build we have carbon fiber, and we basically use a similar assembly as the real force, where you have screws. I can show it. You have screws going from the bottom of the PCB to the plate, and in this case we can see here the screw goes to a nut that is placed in a keyed hole so that it won't rotate when you screw it in. But in the case you have a metal plate, you only need to have a metal plate, of course, with threaded holes. That way you just put the screw, and once you screw it in, it basically keeps the PCB and plate together, and everything in between is fixed. Let's close look at the MX build. Yeet. We can now close this up, and one last thing about case design stuff for Topre. You'll see that here we have a slot that goes along the bottom, both on the top and the bottom case actually. So this is the matching. Come on. There we go. This is the matching part, so that we account for the protrusion of the spacebar stabilizer. So we can close this up now. First we're gonna connect the JST and maybe bring the camera back to a wider angle. There we go. There we go. Now we close the case. Still kind of confused. Yeah, compared to MX, the concept is totally different. And actually, some assembly methods
Hello there.
that are popular in MX, you cannot do that with Topre, simply because of the difference in how the actual switches are designed. So, for example, you cannot do plateless with Topre. Why? Because in MX, you can directly couple the PCB and the switch together through the solder, or friction in the form of hot swap sockets. With MX, you have a bare piece of plastic that sits on top of the PCB, and there's no real mechanical connection between the two. The mechanical connection that keeps everything together is basically the sandwich of PCB, dome, housing, and then the plate that basically keeps everything together. And that's why you cannot do plateless, for example. We're gonna move some stuff away. Yeah, we could. But at that point, you have an integrated plate, basically. There we go. We're gonna grab the kib mat. And yes, it's kind of a pain to, at least compared to MX, to undo and redo stuff, but it is what it is. And this is the, let's keep it centered. There we go. This is the final EC build. And as you can see, the difference in effective height is virtually nothing. So I nailed the alignment pretty well, actually. I thought I was gonna do a poor job at this, but it's not that bad. No, simply because being top mount, there's an inherent like possibility that it's not properly aligned. We can take a look at the MX build. So we have closed holes for the screws to go in on the plate, but of course the actual screw that goes into the hole is smaller than the holes. So as for other top mounts, there's that little bit of alignment that you have to check. So the mounting is the same, it's always top mount, whether you choose Topper or MX, actually EC, because it's not sponsored by Topper. So what I'm gonna do is turn the music down. There we go. And see if we can sound test a little bit. This is not lubed, only the springs are lubed to prevent spring crunch. So there's gonna be ticking and clacking and all of that. I didn't lubed anything, not even the stabilizers, anything. Yes, this is unsilenced. We can definitely hear that. Actually, the spacebar, even though it's not silenced or nor lubed, it's not that bad, I gotta say. And for now, we can test with VL and see if caps lock is in the right position. Steps are slightly low, yeah, but probably not to the level that I usually do, because I overlook the living out of every single steps that I use. So let's see if caps lock is actually control. No, it isn't. So let's swap to the live view. So for now, this is VL because it was the prototype. But I'm gonna again do the VIA firmware. Exactly. BDZ. Even 205G2, I think it was, that I used. It's not that bad. Could be better, of course, but you know. Home row 2U and spacebar. Yes. Also, the screws that we use in this build for the EC assembly, they're gonna be swapped out for slightly higher quality ones. So keep in mind that some noises, some clacking might be because of the different level of pressure that I use to actually screw them in. This is the on row. Then 2U. Yes, there is ticking, clacking, and this is for sure because of the unlooped. Because if I press it firmly on the edges, I can hear the distinct sound of the actual stem. So that is gonna be fixed with, for sure, lube. No, it's not the chair interference because I used a MT3 cap before when I tested earlier the PCB, and the sound, of course, it's different because the profile is different, but like there is still clacking in other sounds, different sounds, because the profile is different, of course, but there is still the same consistency in extreme left, and extreme right. Don't have a larger right shift, so I'm gonna use the same MT3 one. But yeah, I noticed that already, but I'm not gonna lube those simply because then other people are gonna take a look at the board, so I don't want to like create a mess and then ship out stuff that is overlooped and have lubed all over the place. So you can hear that the sound is present in the same position, so that it's not a keycap kind of thing interference. Because, again, MT3 doesn't have that kind of interference. And you can hear that the sound on the extreme ends of the cap is consistent across all the 2Us. So that's why I I said before that it is the unlooped nature. This doesn't fit. Let's see if I have another cap that I can use. Probably not. But yeah, like, you get the point. Will the VOD be posted? Yes. As soon as Twitch allows me to upload it to YouTube, I'm gonna upload it and post the link in my server. And yes, it's using the stepped caps. So zoom in, change the view. Let's bring back the music. Yeah, it's the stepped. They're pretty consistent. They're pretty consistent. Let's bring it back. They're pretty consistent. Of course, there's gonna be a slight change in sound, simply because compared to Full Metal, the carbon fiber is stiffer in the way that it won't act as weird as alu, but at the same time, it's a lighter material. And being top mounted with a little bit of relief and being a bigger board, of course, because we are used to HHKBs that are smaller, so the inherent flex isn't that much. So you will definitely hear a little bit of difference. Also, there's a profile difference in the actual keys themselves. Yeah, they're basically the same that I would expect from a carbon fiber. This is very similar to the Raita macropad, and the fact that it is a weighs more, it's a 2x4 assembly, but this clacking noise is inherent of the carbon fiber, because I noticed that on the carbon fiber plate of the macropad 2, and I thought it was because of the smaller assembly, it being tray mounted, but it's a feature. I'm gonna call it a feature simply because it's caused by carbon fiber. Yeah, it's super clacky. It's super clacky. How do you like the Alu experience? Okay, so if it was lubed, like properly lubed, probably it would have sounded more clacky actually, because some of the roughness takes away the sound in some cases. For sure, the fact that the springs are lubed help reduce the perceived weirdness per se of the unsilenced. This is a way lighter sound and actually pleasing to some extent compared to Real Force Unsilenced. Real Force Unsilenced is more of a clacky sound, clack clack clack, something like that, because of the metal plate. Yeah, and also, I mean, I don't have much experience with cherry profile. I can probably try to use, like, partially use MT3. With MT3, I noticed that everything is better. Despite them being ABS or even double shot, those are great. Can you do a monkey type test? I'm total trash at it. So I can do the quick brown fox jumps, that one. That is the maximum of my abilities. And also with the FRL, I'm like in doo-doo mode. HHKB is my word. I literally cannot do monkey type. Yeah, I'm total trash. I'm total trash. We can retry. I can't even hit 100% on the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dogs. So, bruh, you saw nothing. You saw nothing. God damn it. Yeah, that is the monkey type. That we are monkeys. We're gonna delete the VODs. The stream is over. The VODs are deleted. I'm so bad. God damn. I can't retype stuff that I see on screen. If I were to like write an entire essay, I would be so much faster. Yes, that is super stuffed. Ain't no way. Yeah, we don't talk about that. We actually do not talk about that. Yeah, okay. We can start to clip everything. Yeah, okay. So, to shift the focus, exactly, engineering way better than typing. So, to do the brainwash moment, so that everyone forgets about my monkey type performance, we're gonna now look at the brass inner weight. And for this, since I don't want to ruin the finish, I'm gonna wear gloves. What about both engineering and typing? Yes, but you know, when I do my latex stuff, or latex, whatever pronunciation you want to use, I like to take my time. You know? So we're gonna take a look now at the brass weight, and this is so heavy. I'm not gonna read the last message because people are gonna clip it and use it without context. So this is the brass weight. Same design, same construction as the PC one. They're all in brass, and it's super heavy. Like, probably? I think 1/3 of the entire assembly, like with caps and parts and everything. So at least a kilo. Yeah, 1.2. Yeah, this is super heavy. So what I'm gonna do now is actually try to swap the weight first, retry it, and then we're gonna take out the parts and put silencing rings in it. And also, a thing that I usually do with my topper boards is go to the extreme of thok. So what I do is I use non-type S sliders, so pure stock OEM black sliders, and use 0.5 or 0.7 rings, Poron rings, because that actually dampens quite a lot the sound of the entire travel. And I noticed that the only thing that I really need to do to mod my boards is loop the spacebar and the stabilized keys. Usually what I will do also is swap the spacebar spring, because in some cases I noticed that this spring will not sit properly here. So the spring for the spacebar basically sits here around the two smiley bits, and I noticed that in some cases it doesn't have enough radius to sit like flat, and it basically just tilts. In those cases you can hear the sound of the spring, and it gets confused often with the ticking of the spacebar. I'm gonna remove the JST now. Wait, if those sliders aren't silenced, were they designed to have rings on them? If I remember correctly, the KLC Densos parts are designed based on the unsilenced, so not the purple ones, in the Nova Touch slider style, if I recall correctly. Densos will probably correct me if I'm wrong. There we go, yeah. Bye bye. Hope you can catch the bots later when I upload them. Have a nice day.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow. Dances is going too. Have a nice night. There we go. And now I gotta pay attention to not let this piece go. Otherwise I'm gonna ruin the case. There we go. It's in there. Yeah, it will take the number 3 rings, but again, to be honest, you shouldn't really be too much thinking about, oh, the travel is gonna be reduced and all of that, because at the end of the day, if you like the feel and you lose even like a third of your pre-travel before the tactile event, like the peak of the tactile event, is it really that important? Like at the end of the day, it's whatever you feel like it's the best experience for you. And that's why I'm saying that even if it's not advised, I ran 0.7 rings with normal sliders. Yeah, the long-term argument is totally fine, and that's why like even 0.5 it's not gonna do that much damage, you know. Like 0.3 is fine for most people, simply because the rings are more to dampen the plastic on plastic sound. And also, like, I usually go to the extremes, either unsilenced OEM, because I like the combination of the plastic sound and the metal plate, or I go hyper silenced. But funnily enough, I don't lube the one use, so I still have that little bit of OEM feel on the travel. Oh my god, this is so heavy now. I'm just gonna do a small drop test on my table so we can hear the sound. That is for sure one heavy boy. God damn. That is one heavy boy. Actually, the sound now is a little bit different. Not that much, but I can hear that some pitches are dampened. Yeah. Not that much different though. The mic would probably not even pick them up. Yeah, it's a bit louder, and I think that's because now that the board is heavier, the sound goes through the case and into the table way more. And also my table is not really thick at all, so like whatever I touch and bump into is gonna create more sound. So there's that. Let's see if everything still works fine. Yes and no. Also, this is matte on matte. But I noticed that the keyboard mats reduce the sound, but compared to the this one, they transfer the sound a little bit more. The gray ones, instead, they try to dampen a little bit more. I really like the feel of these sliders, unsilenced and not lubed. The travel is smooth, and even if I try to basically buckle the keycap so that I rub the slider to the side of the housing, I can't really feel that much scratchiness. And it's consistent. So it's not something like that. Very nice, I gotta say. Yeah, also you gotta keep in mind like which dome selection you're using, because that's gonna impact the sound and also like the performance. So what I'm gonna do before we open this up and put silicon silencing rings, I'm gonna quickly show the 1U that I have here, and then we're gonna of course take a look at the spacebar and the 2U when we open the assembly up. But we have more goodies. So, as I showed in the assembly, we have the wavy wire, as I called it. So, compared to OEM Topre, we have the same bends on the edge, but then we have we don't have a straight wire, we have a bent wire. And this is basically what you will have on a modified wire for MX plate mounted steps if you want to use Topper. So this line, this virtual line from here to here that goes all the way across is the MX line. So if you placed a MX wire here, you would see that the wire goes straight and matches these two profiles. But since the Topper housing is bigger, it will interfere. It will basically go through it. So what we do is add a bend to account for the extra bit of the housing. And this is the same style of wire as the NovaTouch. So we can now take a look at the 1U, and then we can look at the domes. So the 1U has the same style of housing as Topper OEM. So we have the openings on the edges, we have the cut on the side for the screw. So imagine that the bit of the screwdriver is the screw. It goes like this. And the construction is basically the same. We have the openings, we have the little notches. You can kind of see those here. Come on, focus. There we go. Here. For the little tab to avoid the slider to fall off when we have it in this position. Alright, see you tomorrow on the VOD. Bye bye. This is the slider, and it's a open design, and by open design I mean that the bottom is not filled, so you can see through. I'm not really sure that this contributes in some way to the sound. I've seen someone suggest that might do, but I'm not really sure. And also, I usually just use headphones, so the difference is pretty negligible for me. And speaking of the slider, the style of the stem is MX and is MX only. I don't think there are plans to do OEM EC stem. But apart from that, the rest of the assembly is basically the same as a OEM slider. So we have the little cutted away part here. We have the tab, and I noticed that it's a little bit more durable than OEM. It will not be as firm to clip in as OEM, but to take out, it doesn't break as the OEM one. So I've removed and replaced this into this specific housing multiple times, and it still snaps in. It's easier to insert, so it seems like it's a bit loose when you insert it, but if we look at the actual shape of the tab, the rounded part might get consumed more, but the part that we actually care about, that actually serves the function of avoiding the slider to fall off, is the right angle part behind, and it is still at 90 degree, very sharp, very in good shape. So I think that the tabs here will last quite a bit. Yeah, it doesn't fly off. I noticed that on the first couple of tries, like it created a bit of debris, but that is normal, and the fact that it didn't flew off, it's quite nice. Then we have domes. As I said before, when you get the board, you'll have a choice between 35, 45 and 55. The build is with OEM 45 because we don't have enough for a full board now. The colors, I think they are final, but the texture and finish are not. The weighting is defined, is the same as the one that are gonna actually in production, but there have been changes to the surface finish of the molds to make them a little bit more pretty. And we can probably compare it. I'm not sure I have OEM domes on hand. I can grab those though. I'm gonna actually grab those now. There we go. Let's bring this a little bit more wide. And we can actually compare with OEM and other parts. So they come in a 1x4 sheet. if I recall correctly. So they will not come in 1U, though don't quote me on that because I'm not sure. Since they changed, as I said earlier, the surface finish, they might have decided to go with a like normal 1x4 thing with cut guides. So I can get back on that because right now I'm not really sure. And I think we have, yes, we have needs to compare. There we go. So we can do first dome comparison and then slider comparison. So they're basically the same. This is cut by hand from a bigger dome sheet. You'll see that the shape is quite similar. The OEM is a bit more defined, but again, the surface finish here is not to be considered final. The weighting though is, and I'm gonna actually show you a thing that I really appreciate. These three are KLC Densus domes. This is OEM 45 gram. Yeah. So again, we shouldn't look too closely to the surface finish. We can actually see why and what I mean by that. You can probably see that the actual sheet part is not like flat, and the surface kind of seems like a jelly bean. So that is why the surface finish was redone on the molds. But I think that the most important thing, yeah, the parts will be sold separately on, I think, the KLC website. You can buy domes, you can buy 1U sliders, so the same model as other manufacturers of the aftermarket parts. So you can buy sets of 1U. You can buy 2U sliders, you can buy packs, stuff like that. And springs and stabilizers and all of that. Oh, someone is raiding us. And why the raid message didn't go off? Nice. We're gonna do a shout out, and I'm gonna do a bit of scrolling to actually find who raided us. Thank you, Disastertron, for the raid. How was your stream? Oh wait, I don't have the keyboard attached. Did it work? No, it didn't. What? SO? can the shadows command like work for once? God damn it. This is embarrassing. God damn it. Yeah, I did that, but it's not working. Backlash. Shout out username. This is a certified Discord and Twitch moment all together. Okay, this is now the command. Oh, we did it. Let's go, boys. We did it. Let's go. There we go. Yeah, first I tried to type without a keyboard connected, and then the shadow command didn't work. Nice. Sounds about right. Yeah, I stream like once every like 2 months. So I don't even have a list of commands. So we are looking right now at the KLC Densos EC parts that are coming to the market soon, TM. They are in mass production right now, and for now we're taking a look at domes. We then have 2U, 1U, and stabilizers to look at. We have a 1U housing out to take a look at later. But we were going through the differences from OEM and the new parts. So we can go back to the zoom. The build is the Alveus by Densus Design. It's a FRL. It's gonna be available in MX and EC, wing keyless, brown and black, with options for a brass inner weight or a PC1. PC is this one, frosted PC, and also we have removable backplate, back badge. I'm not really sure how to call this, but here we have the stainless steel raw finish, but we also have a aluminum one. There we go. And plate options are carbon fiber and aluminum. This is an example of the red aluminum plate MX build, and here we have in the EC build carbon fiber for now. Are this going to be a group buy or continually stocked? This is group buy. The group buy method is gonna be a raffle system through Google Forms. You can check out the updates for this project and the group buy over at Denso's Discord server, and this is the link for the project update, and it's gonna be only a single run for those of you wondering. So going back to the parts, one thing that I complained about with OEM parts, especially in HHKBs recently, is that for whatever reason, they started to be a bit sus on the consistency of the material quantity in the actual dome part. So here, to be specific, where if you try to press it on the center, it's gonna buckle first on one side and then on the other. This one is pretty much okay. But I have units. I can probably grab one from the pile of sassy domes, where there is some kind of inconsistency in the manufacturing process, and that causes one of the sides to buckle early. There we go. See what I'm talking about? I'm pressing with the same amount of force, same actuation point. See? This side is significantly thinner than the opposite, and that causes a inconsistent buckling. See? I'm pressing on the center still, but this side buckles first. See how this one goes down? And you can also see it's noticeable in the sound that they produce. They are poppy. They make this kind of sound because they buckle in a weird way. You can actually hear this. You can hear that? If not, I'm gonna up the gain a little bit. You hear the sound. Like, it sounds almost like those children's game where they are actually like plastic domes, where you press them, they go like this, and then they pop, you know? This one, though, doesn't do that. The only sound you can hear is the bottom out of the like denser top part on the plastic. Bottom is good. Sorry, bottom is the bad one. Top is the good one. You can hear a difference. And on the HHKB, that sound is amplified like up 100. So one thing that I really appreciate about the KLC parts is that the amount of material on the actual dome section is consistent. And I can tell you that first because the feel is as you would expect across all the weights. But also, if you press it down, you'll see that the section that buckles, so you have the dome like this is the top. The part that buckles and goes like this, so this section has a consistent thickness in the profile. But if you look at the sassy one, you'll see that this part, the one that buckles first, is thinner than this part. You can see that. Here is thin. Here is like a sausage. And this is a good part. Consistent across like the entire circumference. And the same goes for the KLC stuff. Again, the feel, the sound. Is good, but if you compress them, it's consistent. I noticed this problem only with HHKBs from 2021 hybrids ANSI. So I don't know if I got the only 3 units that are doo-doo. It's probably my luck. But yeah, like on 3 units, The bottom row was really bad because of that. And that drove me crazy to a point that I actually found out about this issue. So, now that we talked about the domes, we can take a look at the housings. Yeah, that is crazy because you can hear it on the HHKB. On the real force, probably it would have been less noticeable, but in HHKB, especially the hybrid, like, you cannot unnotice it. So let's switch now to housings. OEM, real force, KLC denses. So again, the shape, the same. The only difference outside is this little recessed part that serves no function whatsoever, so it's not critical. And I think someone followed, because I heard the noise but not the banner. So thank you for the follow, whoever followed. Are the issues only on the one U domes? Did I recall only the one U's? Like the spare one U's for the control, the spacebar, those kind of domes. On the bottom, same deal. Basically the same. They take the same plate thickness, and even the little tabby, I call it tabby, but it's not a tab, like it's a protrusion. So this bit that is used to align the domes and know that they are in position because they lay flat is the same thickness, and that is a key thing. NIT doesn't do that, and that is why it's so difficult to use NIT domes on Tober parts, because you have an extra bit, and where in Tober parts the extra bit is the same thickness as the thickness of the dome sheet, on NITs you don't have that. So when you have the PCB, let's say that this is the PCB, you'll see that they are flat now. Material composition, I think they are the same. They are the same as OEM if you count this kind of housing. If you are talking about the PC ones, they are different because they are transparent, and the sound will of course be different. So the housings are basically the same. Now we can take a look at a collection of sliders. So here we have the KLC denses. Here we have deskies, purple sliders from Real Force, and why not Niz, the underdog. So as I said before, the KLC is a open design, and by open I mean that there's a hole you can see through. Whether in deskies you have a flat surface with a recessed part for their I think they're like called? Dome gaskets? Whatever. On the purple slider, it is a open design too. You can kind of see it. It's less apparent because the holes align perfectly with the little tabs inside of this slider. And this is neat, I mean, the usual. They are flat, they have kind of a reset part, but it's virtually nothing. Where in the desk keys you can fit something in here. No plans for aftermarket sliders with topper stem. At the moment, KLC is not planning to run those. I'm not sure about other people in China. Not really sure. One thing that I don't like about the needs sliders is that the sliders are kind of fine. The surface here is pretty flat and consistent, but in combination with their housing, it's a sassy combination. And also the diameter is different. So if you try to use it on a OEM topper, the wobble is insane. Like, this is insane. And of course, even on the Densus. So that is why I don't like the sliders on Needs. Yeah, Needs uses a 14x14. OEM Topper like uses 14x14x6. Sassy China uses either 14x14 or 14x14.3. So it depends on which one you have. Yeah, and also the stem, like the axis alignment of the sliders and the center stem is different, so they're gonna be crooked. There's that too. Yeah, 13x13.3 is super cursed. It's like, hey, what if we copy needs, but we change something and make it even worse? So there's that. We can actually check the thickness. So this is 8.2. Let's call it 8.2. Purple Topper 8.4. So it's a whole 0.2 difference. Desk is 0.4, 0.45, whatever. Densus is 845. About the height from the flat part to the top of the stem. Needs is at, let's see if I can, let's go to 50 mil. Eight for needs. Purple slider 8.15. Desk keys 7.45 ish something. And the Densus is 6.77. I don't have a non-type S slider though. I don't think I have one. Yeah. But yeah, that is similar to the known type S ones. So, but of course you can use purple sliders in the housings as well as desk keys for whatever reason. Yeah. And regarding the actual feel, so it's an alternative, and by alternative I mean another source for aftermarket, and at the same time it's gonna be more cost effective. So if we take a spring, we place a dome. There we go. And we place an assembly. It's very nice. In terms of tactility, you can definitely feel the difference between the weightings. So this is the scale, 35, 45, 55. The 35 are, you can feel the tactile event, but it's gentle. The entire travel is very soft. On the 45, the travel is again smooth, so it's not like BKE style or anything like that. But it's definitely more towards the initial part of the travel, where this one, the 35, the tactile event is more connected, in my opinion, to the buckling, where the 45 is more a build up and then boom, collapse. The 55 is basically the same as 45 but on steroids. I mean, by steroids I don't mean like going from 45 to 67, of course, but you can definitely feel the heavier event. No, I wouldn't describe it as close to open top. OEM, kinda. Yeah, kinda. I'm gonna do a quick test. I feel like the 45 in here are a touch lighter than OEM 45. Though I'm not really sure. These are like modern 45 grams from HHKB. Like the weight is the same. I can feel that they take kind of the same amount of force, but yeah, modern. I mean, modern from like 2000, from 2021. That's what I mean by modern. Hmm. Yeah, me too. They did something. And they did something with the snow too. Yeah, so from this batch, the weighting is like this. 55 is definitely heavier than 55. Like, assuming that the advertised weighting is correct, uh, this is heavier than this one, even by the like who compresses first test. OEM compresses first, and then the 55. But in the case of the 45, I think there's like a 5 gram difference between this and this. Though I'm not sure if like who to believe in. I am the like real 45. These two are similar, so I think there's like a 5 gram difference because to the touch they're the same. Oh my god, get away. Get away, please. Can we like stop the bots apocalypse, please? There we go. Get out of here. Yeah, so the advertised OEM 45 gram is probably 5 grams heavier than advertised the 45 KLC, but the 55 is definitely a real 55, and it's heavier than the advertised OEM 45. I can't really compare to 55 OEM because my 55 OEM are super tactile. Like, even if they are on paper and actually like real 55, they are probably not gonna do well even in a forced graph because the travel is so different than like normal 55 that they're probably gonna be heavier actually. Yeah, I could probably flag them, but again, I only stream like 2 times per month. Sorry, 1 time every 2 months. So yeah, I'm not gonna even do that. Let's see, chat. Talking about the snow, what I mean is the advertised 45 grams in the snow JIS, those are for sure not 45 grams. Like they pulled off some BS marketing or something because those are for sure not like OEM topper 45 grams because they're way more tactile than anything else new that I tried from 2022 onwards. Like, if they say those are real 45, they're capping AF. Brother Bear, we are checking out the Alveus FRL by Densus Design, and we are also taking a look at some new aftermarket topper parts option. At which point domes become aged? To be honest, I'm not really sure I can reply to that. It's just feel. I usually don't look at build dates, like apart from like known sassy ones that are extremely tactile or anything like that. Like I just buy whatever, and if they're good, well. If they aren't, well, I just cope. Like, there's a point where I'm not gonna go and try to find like the serial number 69 of 2001. Like, I'm not that deep into the tactile stuff. All right. So, what we're gonna do now is try out the silicone silencing rings, and then we are probably gonna wrap up the stream. So apart from that, I will take some more pictures, and I'm gonna test some other stuff. And this is so freaking heavy now. I mean, I'm not sure if these screws are gonna be coated, but the head of the screw is recessed, so it's not like it's sticking out. So there's a slot for the screw head. So when you have the board even like this, you're not gonna see the actual screw. Oh yeah, we don't have like the screw that goes out.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow. There we go. We removed the top case, and we could take another look at the brass inner weight. And this is so freaking heavy. Oh. There we go. So we have to remove the caps. I mean, if you use Phillips head screws, you should probably be put in jail. Even worse when people say, oh yeah, this is Philips, but instead it's JIS. And then people use the wrong bits. Like in some cases it's okay, like internal screws, or maybe screws that you have a high part count. So for example, in this product, the screws for the topper assembly are Phillips, but that is okay. It's not like it's an outside visible screw. How is the angle? The brownie is very good. It's consistent. You don't see that weird effect where you basically see like waves or like coatings. The matching between the top and the bottom is actually quite good. I didn't saw the black. Don't have a black unit, but the brown one is pretty cool. Does the Alveus still use screws? Yes, like every topper design uses screws to keep the plate and the PCB together, because that's the only mechanical connection that you can achieve in the EC option. In MX or any other mechanical contact type switch, you have the two metal contacts that you can solder or friction fit with the hot swaps sockets. But on EC, either you have an integrated plate with screw holes, or you have a plate with threaded holes, or you have like this, a non-threadable material, so you have a screw and nuts. Yes, carbon fiber is stock option. You have the option to get extra plates in aluminum, red aluminum, so like this, which is very nice, a very vibrant color, or black if I recall correctly. Though if you go over in the Densos server, he published two pictures with like specs and how the group buy is gonna be ran and all of that. Here we can see the carbon fiber plate. And a good thing about the plate offering is that if you want to use normal caps or stepped caps, the only layout choice that you have to do in regards to which plate you want is if you want split backspace or not. Because in this case we can have a single opening for both layouts, but on the split we can't, because the distance between this point and this point is different from the compared to this point and this point. So a single 2U is different than a double 1U. So we can't do a single opening like on MX. So there's that. So what we're gonna do now is keep the plate in position, and we are just removing screws. And the good thing is, since the plate has recessed for the nuts, we only have to unscrew and the nut will fall and only the screw will come out. Then once we erase the assembly, we will retrieve the nuts. I can see the appeal of having an electric screwdriver, but I rather have control of the force that I use to actually tighten stuff, and I found that having a manual one gives me the best control. I think that I can suggest, though, if you want to have the same experience as a manual one but be more precise and sure about the amount of force that you're putting, is to use a dynamometric, or whatever the term in English is. So the one that basically clicks after you reach a certain Newton per meter threshold. And I think that those are the same that are sold in the like Apple repair program stuff. That brand, the one that starts with the W, people usually trash on it, but I found that even though they provide a plus minus 6%, 6 or 7% uncertainty in the actual Newton per meter spec, they usually are way more precise. So they state 6/7 plus minus, but in reality they're like plus or minus 0.06 compared to like plus minus 1, and then they deviate by 5%. So now that we have removed all the screws, we can lift, and all the nuts are on the mat. And this process is, of course, more time consuming than having a metal plate, where you can just have the threads on the plate itself and don't care about the nuts. But if you want to try more materials like FR4, carbon fiber, POM, whatever, this is really the only option, together with standoffs. So now I keep the PCB compressed. I tap it sometimes so that extra nuts can fall off if they are stuck in the recess. Then what I do is I rotate the assembly, keeping the pressure with my hand. Then what I do is start to tap on the sliders, especially bigger ones like 2Us and all of that. And what I do is then pull the top assembly straight up. That way the domes will remain in the same position. And also we have lube, and that's why the PCB is all sussy, because the springs are lubed. And yes, there are gonna be extra screws, nuts, and all like the disposable, as I call them, parts. Uh, that's for sure. I mean, the same goes for uh, the topper springs. You can lose them pretty easily if you're not aware that they don't usually stick. So for those of you that didn't saw that early, this is what I mean by recess in the plate. To avoid interference, there is a recess so that we bring down the effective height, but at the same time the recess is keyed in the shape of the nut, so that again, once you flip the assembly, either by keeping a finger on the edge of the nut, you can just twist and it will basically provide the counter rotation necessary to actually start the threading. An alternative can be putting the nuts in position like this, and then using some gentle tape like painter's tape that you can easily take out, place a little strip so that the nuts don't fall off if you want to place them all at once, and that way it will provide enough force so that they don't fall off. And once you start to actually engage the threading, the tape is no longer needed, because again the keying will provide the locking. Yes, there's gonna be a bod. It's gonna be up on my YouTube channel, and I'll send a announcement. Probably not gonna ping everyone nor the stream channel, simply because we don't really need that. There we go. We can now pop off these sliders. And notice that the Xiaomi screwdriver has the perfect diameter without a bit to just go and press, and the slider will pop off. Do you prefer topper alu case or plastic? I like them both. I don't really have a preference when it comes to one or the other. They're different. I use different weightings of the domes on one and the other, so the feel is different. And while we're at it, you can see what I mean by it's kind of stiff in the way that the material is stiff, but it flexes just a little bit, that you have difference in the sound of the various rows. I'm not sure if you can see that too well. So you'll see that if I press on the middle row, it will basically go like this towards the center. So it will go like this. So of course the other rows and switches will be stiffer. And by stiffer, I don't mean like crazy stiff, but they will of course sound different. Yes, so you have, in terms of layout, the choice between split backspace, and you can choose between normal caps and stepped caps. Actually, I think there is an updated layout picture that I can send. Seems I can't find it. But yeah, like the main options are like the split backspace. That is the one that I personally care about, because even on TKLs, if they are ANSI, I use split backspace anyway, and since I do my own PCBs, I can do that even on boards that really don't support that. There we go. So we now have these sliders. Yeah, there's that issue. So what I will do is use the, I think this R.3 silicone silencing rings. I'm gonna first place them on the 2Us. It's a bit out of the camera area. There we go. It's a little bit out so that I don't move everything. And I don't think that there's like a choice between pour on top, pour on bottom, because here we don't even have pour on, so. It's definitely stickier. A way harder experience than pour on. Come on, there we go. It depends. For the spacebar, I probably agree. But for the two U's, I'm at the point where I kinda feel like I found the perfect flow, and I'm pretty okay with it. So a quick look at the 2U slider. Again, MX style. We have the support for the MX stems, and I mean apart from that is basically a standard 2U topper like stem. Sorry, a stabilizer. Yeah, it's 0.3. I'm not sure how much difference I'm gonna notice in terms of feel. In terms of sound, I probably bet that I'm not gonna see any real improvement. Especially because, again, since this is a prototype, we still have to tune a little bit the screws used. So some of the sounds are caused by the screws. And also my mic setup is not really tested for proper sound tests. So there's that. I'm not sure I have open top domes around. Yeah, they're designed on the same style and spec as the Nova Touch, so that you can use them unsilenced without having a bazillion of rattle noises, but also with 0.3 and 0.5 rings. I tried, I wasn't really impressed by those. I'm not sure why. Some of them were like very defective, like lack of material and chipping, almost like it was metal on the actual dome section, and I shared some pictures um, of that specific problem in conical. I mean, they're cheap, but at the same time, once you account for shipping, uh, it's not really worth it at this point. Especially because if you're buying aftermarket, you'll probably want something to try and swap, uh, like from the OEM that you have on whatever board. And that is probably a bad experience. I had enough different ones to get by. You mean the China ones, right? Wait, Sassy Redux? So like Deski's Redux? Oh, bruh, Sassy ones? Damn. we are almost done. I'm using silicone rings in 0.3. Yeah, this is pure silicone. I'm using this instead of 0.5 or even the Poron 0.3 that Densos gave me, simply because I never use those. For that, so if the ring stays on the slider, like the flat side of the slider or the housing, if you're using silicone, you can't really tell. But if you instead use Poron with the outer layer, I forgot the name of the plastic layer. The side that has that reinforced layer should be non-sticky. So what I usually do in those cases is I place the ring with the plastic, I'm gonna call it plastic even though it's not plastic, with the plastic film towards the top of the slider. So if I place it like this, so Poron and plastic. That way the plastic part is in contact with the housing. Because I'd rather have a sticky ring to the slider than on the housing. What do you mean by it's gonna be annoying? You mean that since all of them are in the same color, it's gonna be difficult to distinguish them if you by mistake mix them? Last ring. And we are done. All right. So, what I'm gonna do is take the PCB. I'm not gonna do the painter's tape thingy simply because I want to do this the hard way. So we are instead gonna live dangerously, and we will place the parts right on top of the assembly. And you can't really see this, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to match the dome placement with the housings so that I don't cause the shifting. And I think I nailed it. So what I'm doing now, first of all, I'm gonna remove one of the gloves so that I have better control on the nuts that I'll have to keep in place. I'm gonna place it in the recessed bit. Then I'm gonna take a screw. I'm gonna go from the bottom towards the top. There we go. This one is in. Then I'm gonna go to the opposite side. Yeah, I said it before, this stream is gonna be clipped to hell. We talked about nuts. We talked about having more control. It's sus. It's sus. Also, there's lube everywhere on this PCB. And it's not even funny. So yeah, the way I'm doing this is totally not the one that I advise people to use. It's like what I'm doing is be at a very high risk situation where if I drop something, everything goes to hell. I have springs that go everywhere. I have lubed domes that will go everywhere. And if that happens, I can assure you that I'm gonna end the stream early because I'm gonna go cry in bed. Yeah, the sticky dome is like a mystery. It's like a church belief. You gotta believe hard enough. But even then, it's not guaranteed that it will happen. And actually, I'm very surprised that on my TKL, they actually held. There we go. I almost lost one of the screws. On the TKL, I'm surprised that they actually started to stick on the real force PCBs. I'm very surprised. And some of the screws on this Proto are a little bit shorter than needed. So it's basically a gamble of finding the right screw in some cases. But this is gonna be, of course, fixed in the final group by units. Those are simple off-the-shelf screws, but on the group by unit we're gonna have like precise screws to go with this. And once you have enough screws already placed, it becomes very easy to just place the nut on the plate, then keep it in place with your thumb, or in the case you already taped it early, just flip the board carefully though, and simply just screw from the back. It becomes very easy. On the first probably couple of screws, you want to be extra sure that you're not making axis change, and by that I mean you only like go up and down so that you don't shift anything in the stack, but then once you have the majority of the screws in, or like the edges and the center one here and here and here, then you can start to flip like this, because then you have enough buckling that prevents anything from slanging around. And same goes for the normal topper assemblies with the metal plates. It's the same concept. At a certain point you'll have enough confidence to actually do that. And it will speed up things significantly. It's sneaky stream. I mean, I pinged everyone. I mean, not everyone, but like the the stream role in my server. I also posted a story. Actually, I reposted Denso's story because I was gonna do my own, but then I saw that he published it before me. So there's that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick because gloves, and then I'm gonna finish closing up and putting caps on. Be right back. And I'm back. So we can put caps on now. I can already feel the dampening of the silicone simply by putting the caps on and not hearing the plastic on plastic when there's the upstroke. Yeah, I can feel that the upstroke is more dampened and it feels more tight. I really like the QWERTY row, so R2. I really like it. Yeah, it's noisy because it's not lubed. Like at all. Zero lube at all. Also, again, there's the what is it called? There's a thing going on with the screws for the actual EC assembly, and we basically have to take new screws because these ones are a little bit iffy, so they will not properly grab on the nuts, but those will be of course fixed in the group by unit. Oh yeah, and don't have the bottom attached. There we go. Top and bottom now meet. Oh my god, with the brass weight, it's so freaking heavy. There we go. Yeah, and for Jason, you'll see that now there's no trace of the screw from the side. Only when you flip it, you can see it. And this is so heavy. Oh. It's like a tank. It's actually a tank. No. The inner weight is like this. There's an option for brass and PC. And this sits inside, pretty much like this. You have a JST routing channel, but the back piece is a removable back plate. This is the raw stainless steel, but there's a auto version too. And you have 4 screws that you screw with a hex key that is angled so that you can easily work on that. There we go. Yeah, I think it's GMK Dolge, but I have no idea if it's actually Dolge. If I remember correctly, it is, because we thought that it would look nice with the brown, and now that I look at it, this is way more brown on the camera than it is in real life, and that's probably because the light is directly hitting it and I'm taking the picture directly in front of it, but I am of course at an angle when looking at the board. I mean, it's not proprietary, like it's standard M2 M2 hex. You can use like a screwdriver, but you'll need a rather thin one, or you can use a simple 90-degree bent key, and that is because the screws they basically go in like this to grab the weight. So if you try to use a screwdriver, you'll hit the bottom case and you're probably gonna scratch it. So there's that. Taking everywhere. I have 0 lube. With MT3 sounds a little bit nicer. A little bit. Oh yeah. This is a certified GMK moment. I mean, they're rather thin and they are low profile, so whatever. You know what? I'm actually gonna try to use MT3 on the entirety of the board. GMK can go yeet himself. Yeah, because I think this GMK set is pretty old. So probably even the tolerances are a bit iffy. I'm not sure I have all the keycaps. Yeah, but yeah, even with only 2 rows, like they sound the same. Like the same, by the same I mean, like it's not like the R3 sounds like the R1, if that makes sense. But of course, these caps are way smaller and bring out more of the weird noises. MT3 is so big that they basically don't care about whatever you're doing to the board. So they're just chilling. Yeah, I think this is a certified GMK moment. For sure. let's see if I have the other mods. So this is one of the prototypes. If I recall correctly, the run should happen at the end of the month. But the options that I showed, so like the PC weight, internal weight, and the brass one, those are like part of the actual run, so it's not some weird special edition for the stream. We got 2 alts. Control. Then I gotta find backspace, escape, all of those. But I have no idea where those are. There we go. There we go. Let's see if I can shift the control just a little bit so that I can use this keycap. Okay, now I gotta find the backspace and the shift. I'm not gonna complete the build here with MT3 because I don't even remember if I have those caps. There we go. One. And two. There we go. This is the profile with MT3. And I gotta say, it feels very nice. Yeah, like the moment you put MT3, everything sounds better. This wasn't the worst 2U, and now it's basically a badly lubed 2U housing. And this is probably usable. Like, this sounds so consistent with MT3. This isn't in the same position because there's no stat, but it's still okay. Same here. The spacebar is a little bit iffy, but probably because I didn't mount it properly. And also spacebar, so the bigger key is definitely suffering from the not lubed. I can hear the not lubed sounds. Same with this one. Backspace is a little bit worse than this, but it's the same. It's a bit louder, but it's consistent. So it's totally usable. So these two need some work. But this is so good. Like with MT3, everything is better. Yeah, the shift and the return definitely need some work, but apart from the sound, the return and the downstroke are better. But yeah, they need a little bit of work. Yeah, definitely the caps makes a huge difference. This is now way better than before. Definitely way better. Like, significantly better than before. I'm actually really happy about this. Let's see if I can. Hmm. Yeah, we tried the GMK casts, and I'm not sure if that's because these are like well used or something, but with MT3 it's just a bazillion times better. Like measurably better. I mean, we already knew that MT3 is king, but actually seeing that, damn. Like it's kind of a meme, but at this point, not really. Very nice. I'm actually very impressed by how MT3 made the board sound. Of course, the sound will change drastically. From this row R3 and R1 and the bottom row, simply because here on the top row you are closer to the mounting points, even though it's top mounting. I think it was 4 points. yeah, 4 points on the top. Here, it's not really visible, but it flexes. Not really in terms of like bowing, but the difference in support makes so that if I keep my hand touching the bottom of the case here, if I do this, I can feel some vibrations, but not too much. If I go here, I can definitely feel those. And same